Hello? Why did the game not... Well, not game, but why is it... Hold on, let me fiddle with some windows. OBS has been being weirdly glitchy with capture lately, and I don't love it. Almost like I rely on this program for bills. Hold on. I'll intro once I get this thing working. Okay, here. Is this making you happy yet? Are you happy, OBS? It literally launched, right? Okay. Hold on. Okay, now, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. I'll do my intro in a sec. I'm trying to get set up. Why are my headphones all the way over there? Gribbus, why? Okay, I have headphones on. I can monitor myself. Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. I am Lilybwees. I am your divorced retro hagtuber. Welcome. I play games wrong on purpose. Anyway, I think I should do the iGame. My intros. Whatever. Anyway, agoraphobic. And so, yeah, there's a lot of adjectives. Look. Anyway, yeah. I am doing... Why are you crying? And going through... Why are you causing problems? Why are you causing problems? Stop causing problems. Oh, I forgot to give you your bastard pill. Hello, call me Fox. Welcome. Sorry, I'm distracted by the terrible beast that lives with me. Gribbus. Yeah? Okay. Alright, well, I have a cord out for her to chase. So, yeah. So today we are doing Boids simulation in Godot because I'm presenting a panel at Offkai, so I need to get this simulation all working. And then write the PowerPoint. It's fine. We're fine. I need to... Let's see if this captures correctly. Or if it's going to... So a boid is a term for... Okay, this is fine. For birdoid. It is one of those names that kind of defines itself. It is a 1980s paper about... what's it called? Flocking simulations. So it's one of the simplest way to represent like birds or fish, like schooling fish or flocking birds. So so right now I was able to get them to fly in a circle, which is nice, but this is really laggy. Almost like, well, I need to actually figure out how to use the profiler, I think. I mean, this is not good either. This sucks. So today I'm going to clean up the mess that is my scene. Get these spawning mechanics work so I don't have 80 of them just placed, almost 90 of them just placed manually. And there's a lot of stuff going on with the, how they do collision and stuff that I don't love. Although we might make it worse. I'm gonna turn off the fear and sights. Visibility. Yeah, so, well, it's more, they're not actually pathfinding. So all they do is, each of these triangles, tries to have the same velocity, so like same rotation and speed, and same direction and speed as their neighbors. They try to always gravitate towards the center of their neighbors, and they try to keep a certain distance away. So I'm doing this for a panel I'm presenting at the Offkai Expo Gen 4 convention, which is just a big VTuber convention. I went to the aquarium. I was talking to some Wota friends who do something called the Hamtaro, and there's something called the Hamtaro Circle, which is whenever someone at one of these VTuber or idol concerts like starts singing the Hamtaro opening, everyone starts running around in a circle in the crowd. Or like the people that do the kind of like dancing with the glow sticks and chanting and stuff. So I'm trying to recreate that using flocking simulations. We were just at an aquarium. We started talking, I did a lot of simulation programming when I was younger. That was kind of the thing that I graphics programming and simulations and stuff. And they were like, oh, that's like what we do in the crowd. And I was like, oh, that'd be a fun paper. I wonder if I could present it at a convention. And then someone was like, you should totally submit that to Offkai. And I was like, okay, sure. They're not going to accept it. And then they accepted it. So now I'm doing a panel. So if you're at Offkai, right after the panel will be right after the big concert. So Jam, that's actually, so they do try to leave a hollow, but it's based on the number of people and the surrounding space. So that's kind of what I'm going to be working on today, is the crowd interactions and having this circle expand and contract. And then just also optimization work, because this should not be this laggy. And the reason this is this laggy is not actually any of the collision. Well, it's not doing any collision. It is just iterating over neighbors, but it's not actually any of the iteration code. Like, from what I've gathered, it's not this check. It might be this check, but I don't think it's actually this check. It's the math that it does afterwards. I mean, it's just one script. It's not even 200 lines long. It's fine. There's a lot of parameters and stuff because I mean, that's how you get a simulation. Yeah, I need to profile it, basically. I need to profile, see what's causing the lag. And then when I've gotten it kind of narrowed down, I'll probably break up the functions into sub-functions, and I'll see what's that heavy. I did do stuff with processing. That's what I first learned on, actually. Back in high school, that's how I learned programming. And it served me really, really well. All through college, actually. I'm really fond of processing. I think it's, why did I not do this in processing? This would be a perfect candidate for processing. Oh well, I'm already doing it in Godot. But yeah, no, I love processing. Actually, processing would throw a fit over doing all this rotation code. It does not like doing rotations live, from what I remember. It really does not. To MIDI and processing. I mean, Yes, but yeah, you could absolutely like change the different parameters based on I mean, so this stuff is kind of unique to what I'm doing. Usually you just have 3 parameters, and then another paper adds distances to do each of the parameters based on, and you could tweak all of that in using audio, and it would probably work pretty well. I'm sure somebody has done audio-based Boid simulation work. Having like fish schooling depending on the music. I would do that. I miss processing. My first ever game was written in processing, and I still think about remaking that game sometimes. Sometimes I get to the point where I like re-implement the code in something else and then tweak with it for like an hour and then just never touch it again. It's like I should just sit and remake that game. Based on many more years of experience. Yeah, there's absolutely. Is processing like a program? Yeah, you want to look up processing programming language. Sorry. My throat. It is this. Where the hell is... Okay, there's my chat box. It's this. It works, it's really nice and simple, and I literally just read through their tutorials that they had. I don't know if they still have those up in the documentation. They don't. Oh yeah, tutorials. I just went through all their text tutorials, and I'm gonna be honest, it was like way better than some college classes I've had. You just like, if you work through them, it's just, you learn a lot really, really quickly. And the nice thing is because it's all graphical, there's no hello world bullshit. I mean, there is, but your hello world is mostly drawing a circle and making the circle move. And that's how things should be, I feel like, with programming. So I will say I've had some fantastic classes. My computer graphics and computer animation, computer graphics programming, not like art. It was programming. It would be like programming the renderer for this kind of stuff. Like programming the, inverse kinematics or the bones and blending and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, Moon, I would, if you are a visual learner at all, even if you just vaguely gravitate towards that kind of stuff, absolutely go to this processing, try these things. A lot of what it teaches you is pretty language agnostic, and it's it literally, some of the habits and things I learned literally carried me through to college and beyond. Yeah, so like the thing, it starts very simple with like the and then you can do a lot of it. You would make full games. You can do, it's mostly for making interactive media. So it's more of an artist tool. So a lot of people do like audio visual art with it. I've gone to installations where it was all programmed and processing. It was really cool. So it's very much geared more towards that. And secretly, it's kind of less sucky Java. Like that's all it is. It is Java in the backend, or used to be at least. And it's basically just kind of a scripting language built on Java. It's literally just less sucky Java. So you could go from this to something like C# pretty easily. You're gonna need to do more, something to like C# or Java. It's going to be a little bit less friendly. There's going to be more boilerplate template stuff you need to do, but and you need to learn some stuff about the actual like Java virtual environment and all of that. But it will teach you a bunch of stuff about how object-oriented programming and all of that works. I don't like object-oriented programming. No, I wouldn't say that it's almost any other language. I would say Java is unique in how object-oriented it is. For new to learning Godot, I'm relatively new to Godot as well. I mean, I would say the tutorials on YouTube and the written tutorials and all that are really essential because Godot approaches structuring how you program and how you make games. It does this scene-based paradigm, which is different from most other things. It's like very, very different from Unreal or Unity or Game Maker. So you really, really kind of need to you really need to understand how it's trying to structure things. I think that's the trickiest thing about Godot. The rest of it is literally just looking through docs. And it's the same as any other programming, I think. I mean, it really depends on what kind of game you're doing, what kind of 2D or 3D, etc., etc. But at its core, like really the only thing that sets it apart is, I mean, also learn Python. Learning Python will help you a lot. But I would say Python, as far as languages go, is if you're not trying to do a bunch of very tricky Pythonic stuff with it, if you're not trying to be clever with Python, Python is easy to learn. It's the being really clever with it and taking advantage of the language is where a lot of the like complexity comes from, but a lot of that is like, unless you're working with a bunch of Python developers, it doesn't matter as much. If you just need Python for an extension or if you're just doing Godot, it doesn't matter that much. Still, Python's a useful language. It's widely used. It's pretty, for a scripting language, it's pretty efficient, especially with just-in-time. No, I'm not thinking Python there. Lua just-in-time is insanely efficient. Lua is different, and Lua is kind of like Godot, where you are learning the quirks of how they think about things and set things up. Python is less of that. So the thing about Lua is the creators of Lua wrote a book and they update that book, and that book is the best learning resource for Lua, I think, that's out there. You can literally it's well written, it's approachable, it explains some of the decisions they made when designing the language. It's literally from the people that made the language. It's a very, very good book. Lua is weird to me though, because I mean, I've worked with it, but yeah, like the one indexing is weird. The everything is a table is weird. To do a bunch of different things, the problem with Lua is trying to do things with Lua. Half the time you're trying to replicate something from another language because that's the paradigm and structure and stuff that you know. And so, you know, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail kind of problem with Lua, and that you're really like torturing this poor language trying to make it do things that it doesn't want to do. That's the big problem with Lua. No Lua developer does shit the same way, because I don't know if there are Lua first developers. Almost everyone is using it to support something else. Sorry, drinking a tea. So like I don't know, it's just it. I mean, so there's something called Love 2D, which is a Lua-based game framework. I like it. I think it's neat. I've done a lot of work. Nicely, one of my favorite things is it works with OpenGL shaders, so you can just plug right. So does Godot. Godot supports GLSL, which is, it makes me so fucking happy. Like, it is so frustrating. All the bullshit you had to, they might have changed it, but all the bullshit you used to do shader programming in Unity, because I like shader programming. You know, I like graphics programming. One of my professors and mentors was literally one of the inventors of the shader. Like, I like shaders. They're fun, they're simple, and they make pretty things. So Balatro was Balatro maybe Love 2D? Balatro Love 2D, was it? It was. Huh. That makes sense. It feels like a No, it was Balatro. It feels like a love game. I used to be pretty in touch with the love scene, and like the different little flourishes and graphical effects and stuff that the community kind of picked up doing is very... Balatro just has a lot of that in its DNA, which I like. You know how, like, back in the day, you kind of used to be able to tell when something was made in Game Maker? Just because of how it felt? Like, nothing to do with whether or not it was competent or whatever, but, like, games made in different engines or frameworks sometimes have different, like, Unity's... So with Unreal Engine, the difference is that's because a lot of people use a lot of the built-in pre-made things. They use a lot of default assets or default scripts and all that. With Unity, it used to be... Unity, one of the big things was how it did its rendering. For 3D games, it used to be pretty... With Unreal and Unity are pretty apparent from how they do their 3D, unless people are like redesigning the pipeline for rendering, which some people do. And Unity was kind of the hallmark of a lot of like amateur devs, and a lot of amateur games kind of feel samey. But I will say RPG Maker, back in the day when, you know, RPG Maker, Game Maker, they had a game. So RPG Maker is very, very limited. So a game made in RPG Maker always feels like a game made in RPG Maker. You can do really cool stuff with it. But the thing with Game Maker is it was because of the programming language and the engine, how you would, like, what was easy to implement. Screen shake was really easy. Hit stop was really easy. Certain types of graphical effects were just really, really easy to implement. And, you know, like, what was the popular tutorials and all of that. And then the same thing is kind of true with Love 2D. These are the libraries and the tutorials and the other games in the community. And so they kind of feel like Love 2D games. And I say that very positively. I love old Game Maker games. I love 2D games. It's one of the problems, like, the Game Boy Studio games. You can do cool things with Game Boy Studio. Nobody ever does. People in game, but it kind of always feels like an RPG Maker game. Like, it's that same kind of thing where you're limited by the engine. Which is, so RPG Maker and Game Boy Studio are different in that way than something like Love or Game Maker. RPG Maker and Game Maker, it makes it hard. Yeah, the copious screen shake. I mean, part of that was Vlambeer was well known for their screen shake, and they also used Game Maker a lot. And when you have one of the most prominent devs in the indie scene using your engine, you're going to start replicating some of those effects, especially when they're giving talks about it. I have not touched any code this entire time. I've just started yapping. That's fine. All right, profiling Godot. Debugger. I'm pretty sure I'm using by opening the debugger panel. Oh no, that's the debug panel. Debugger panel's right here. The local variable attractors is used but never done with. Oh shit. Get attraction attractors. That might break something, so we're just gonna run it before I start profiling. Yeah, it's still working. That's fine. They're still doing what I want them to do. Yeah, the title does say Zatsu. That's fair. Did you see that Vlambeer's back? Without Rami, but the other JWAP? I think it's JWAP. I'm gonna feel so... It's one of my favorite develops. It's JWAP. Okay. Thank God. I would have felt so bad because he's one of my favorite developers ever. I just haven't said his name at all recently. JWAP with variable amounts of A's, depending on the platform. Minute is good. The narrative falls a little flat. It's a little repetitive and samey, but that's fine. But the game itself is very, very solid, and the puzzles are really, really fun. I forget what the max, like 112, 114% is the max completion rate, or maybe 120 something. Regardless, it's a lot of fun. I wish I had an iPhone to play Ridiculous Fishing. All right, debugger, we want to enable profiler. So we click play, and then I think I can do start. All right, and then we can figure out what's causing to stop that, and we're going to close this out, and we're going to go through it. We're going to make this bigger, because I need to go through it. Script functions. Get alignment, get cohesion, and get separation. Get alignment. So that's what I see. The physics process is also... Okay. Let's see. Bound is a little bit clamp speed, but all that's fine. So the get cohesion. Wait a second. Why am I'm looking at this code. We keep iterating over the same... Yeah, physics process is bigger, but that makes sense. There's a lot of... I think physics process, because it calls the subfunctions, might be included in physics process. So, I'm assuming that's how it works. I structured this... Okay, so I divided it into the... Because conceptually dividing them up makes sense, right? But we're iterating over the same loop. So if we just iterate it over it once... We only need to do this check once, which is great. Because this is going to be costly. This check, I think, is very costly. Is there like a good way to... So then, I think, yeah, that's the... So just doing it once, caching the distance. Yeah, distance squared too. I mean, it's faster than distance, but doing that distance check is annoying. What I'm wondering is... So looping over this once seems like a solution. So then we're only performing this once, and that would hopefully speed things up a lot. The other thing I'm thinking about is for the Boid itself. So for the Boid to Boid interactions, we use this bird sight thing, and then bird fear and bird curiosity are very simple colliders that with different masks to get different sets of objects. For bird sight, I could do 3. Okay, so I'm wondering about... Last night, I was wondering... Well, first off, bird sight's big for parameters that I can probably change back, but I was wondering about doing 3 different colliders and using the backend collision optimization, because I'm pretty sure if we look at this, the when we saw it running, here, let me load into it. Hey Grayson, I'm going to load this again. Start. So I'm looking through here, and like I see the flesh queries, I'm wondering if oh, actually, there's an easy way for me to do this. I can just, Godot goes well. All right, I'm gonna close out of this, and then I am going to call this Funk Collision. Func collision. Okay, we're gonna do var boids equals collision. And all we do is we just return this function. And I want to see how costly that is. Func return. Okay, and now I want to launch the debugger. I want to start that. And I want to see how costly collision is. Collision is costly, but significantly less costly than any of the other ones, I think. So I am... Yeah, no, the treating function is that's a very, like, Python-y thing. But it's nice. I do like that they have that in Godot. So I'm going to... I think... Let's say we triple collision. That's still way less... Okay, what happens if I... So everything's going to break. Don't worry about that. Everything's going to break a whole lot. I'm just trying to get some speeds. I want to see how costly this stuff is by shift tab. No, we want that. We want the alignment. Yeah. And then shift tab. Okay. Okay, I want to see, so we're not going to worry about, the simulation is going to be upset. But that's fine. Yep. I mean, the optimizing is just super, super important for anything animation or code, so I'm fine with that. Is this still locked? Motherfucker. Boid. Please stop being locked. If I do this, will that unlock it? Okay, cool. It is locked. Okay, yeah. They're freaking out, but that's fine. That's fine. So let's restart it. Debugger, profiler, start. Okay, stop. Okay, here we go. Swift queries, collision. Yeah, that was basically the entirety of the cost, was that one bit of programming. And collision is cheaper than doing that check. So we could... Okay, what happens? How costly is it to do that check once? So we're gonna put that in separation. Separation was about the same size as about the same as collision before. So yeah, I'm basically testing how efficient the stuff is in Godot. Because I'm assuming that because the collisions are so widely used by so many things, they are going to be some of the most efficient stuff. It's just separation. Collision was okay. It's like at least it adds another instance of collision to itself alone. But okay, actually, hold on. If we divide that into 3, that's probably fine. Okay, the physics duty is like 50, and I'm assuming that's all collision, realistically. Okay, so then there's... Okay, so no, actually, the collision I think is going to be a little bit slower than doing this once and dividing it up. So instead of doing it into these different functions, we might just iterate over the bodies once. Yeah, so then we can... I think that'll speed things up tremendously. I'm gonna... I mean, I don't need it to be that. I want it to be around 30 frames per second, because that's what we consider real-time in computer animation. And right now, I'm doing worst-case scenario. Everything's way too big. Everything's kind of fucked. Can I make this 100? Well, that breaks stuff. No, that's not going to break stuff because we're already doing the... Okay, here. Tab. Yeah, it's fine. The cohesion doesn't need to be super, super big. We could maybe get that down to 50 even? No, I think that's gonna be too small. That's not terrible. Actually, that works better. Okay, that's fine. So I think... Alright. So then... we need to rewrite... So we have this get attraction get. That's fine. Get separation. So the cohesion, the... And that call is... yeah, that's fine. So instead, we want to make this into a single function, I think. I'll name this get weights. What is that going to return? A vector 3 of... oh no, we have to put in the physics process. Fuck. Because we can't return it. Alright. Separation force, alignment force, and cohesion force. That's what we call them. So instead, we can call it... okay, so we're gonna set all of these to 0. we can even take them out of here. No, actually, never mind. We want to separation equals separation dot 0. How do you... Oh, I guess I can just do a vector to 0.0, 0.0. Var separation. Yeah, no, I type pretty much everything. Oh, for the return and function parameters? You can type the return in the function? Huh. Okay, that would make sense. I'll do that. All right. Func, okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's not what I wanted to copy. Cohesion, var. Cohesion. Vector 2, I think that makes sense. 0.0, 0.0. So then this should work. Yeah, that works. Okay. I can go through and type everything. That works for me. Yeah, I basically didn't know that there was typing, like... So I will say, I come from a C++ background, where you type everything. And if you don't type it, it freaks out. I mean, it just doesn't compile. You have to type everything. And then I did a lot of Python and JavaScript work professionally for a while. And it was web dev. What we were doing, the types, so we did do some typing, but it wasn't, yeah, it just wasn't that important. So, I mean, it was important for making clean code. But yeah. No, I'm all up for changing this all to strongly typed. I'm perfectly okay with that. Our Boids is... I don't actually know what that returns. Var predator. Method array of node 2D. I mean, I'm not too worried about this stuff. I'm okay letting some things be dynamic. Anyway, so I'm going to get rid of the cohesion, the acceleration. We're just going to put those in here because we want to instantiate those to 0 each time. Why did this break? Acceleration, no. Oh, it was alignment, separation, cohesion. Okay. So then we can honestly just put for predator. So we'll just do for Boid and Boids. Does that work? No? No, it doesn't work. Could not type. Okay. There might be like a character body or no 2D or something. I'll let... That's fine. Get alignment. Okay, sure. Here, we'll grab the alignment stuff. Okay, velocity average. No, we can just do a self. That's stupid. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can just do... You can just do that as alignment. Because we do the check. Var... Okay, we want to do alignment count. Cohesion count, and... Hello, Jeremy. Cohesion... I like that Boids is just one of those things that is just... everywhere? It's just... It's useful. It's always useful. That's the, like, just for any crowd sim or flocking, just... It's nice. It's nice. It's so simple. Now I get to learn how to write efficient code in Godot, which is... Whoops. But that's fine. Okay, so 4 Boids and Boids. Yeah, I was taught it in college, and then I was TA for the course, so... Yeah. I wish I got to teach. I regret not doing my PhD, although it was right before the UC strikes, which was right before COVID. So I'm going to be honest, I don't think I would have left with the PhD even if I entered into the PhD program. Yeah. I think the timing of that would just not have been good. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get a var distance. Oh wait, no, we want this. And then in var distance is, I don't know, it might just do multi-threading stuff behind the scenes. I don't know why I even chose Godot. I probably should have chosen something else, but I just wanted to, I figured I probably want to work on Godot games, so like Godot is not built for doing things super efficiently, although it does do things fairly efficiently. I think it does all the physics stuff multi-threading. Maybe it does, but multi-threading Godot. It does have multi-threading. Neat. You lose access to the scene tree stuff though. No. I mean, I'm going to try and keep this to like 1,000 max. Probably not even. I think I should be okay. So I think it already has. So I'm pretty sure the collision stuff seems pretty fairly efficient. It was to the point that I was like thinking of just tripling the number of colliders and having them do the different weights through that. And that almost would have been... It was pretty close to just doing 3 times as many collisions would be as efficient as was literally a for, you know, calculating the different weights. You just do a different collision check for each for the Boids. It was to the point that was almost... I mean, it was in consideration. I think it would still work, but I think this is going to work a little bit better. So we're going to calculate bar. Okay. Distance squared is a vector 2, I think. Yeah. No, wait, no, it's not a vector 2. That's a float. What if I switch to polar coordinates? So, I skipped pre-calc in high school. I jumped from one math track to another and went directly to calculus. So my pre-calc was they gave me a packet over the summer and they were like, learn this. I did not learn that. It was mostly fun. But as a result, polar coordinates are not something I know very well. And it was one of those things that it would come up in like one unit towards the end. And I would learn them barely enough to pass that unit and then be fine. Like in my calc courses, like they started coming up in Calc 3 a lot. But yeah, they're just one of those things that I never really learned. Which is not great. No, I know you jest, but it's like, I need to learn polar coordinate. I need to just go through pre-calc. I need to just go through a pre-calc textbook, I think, at this point. Anyway. I also need to learn DiffEq. I never took a DiffEq class. It just wasn't required. I did DiffEq. I had to do DiffEq stuff for research. But my mentor was like, this is basically how it works. And I was like, oh, okay. That's enough to work through these papers. Yeah, because we were doing fluid sim, so I had to learn DiffEq to like get through the books. So he was like, here's a 5-minute explanation of how differential equations work. So I never properly learned them. I learned that 5 minutes was like enough to be fine doing research work. But it was still okay. But it's still just one of those things that I think I should probably learn. Okay, so float distance. Is it just that? Yeah. Okay, cool. Var distance squared. So now for each one we can... We're not gonna do the so... If distance squared is less than what was it, cohesion something? Oh no, this one is alignment. Calc 1 was fine. Calc 2 sucked. Calc 3 was fine. Except when it started following off of Calc 2. So I think it's alignment's distance squared. Squared. There we go. And we're gonna do just alignment. And then alignment count. I'm misspelling things. Alright, what are you on? Oh. Duh. Now are you happy? No, because of alignment count. Okay, cool. So now we can just check if distance squared is less than each cohesion. Oops. This ergo keyboard is great, except sometimes I fuck up with like where the arrow keys are. I don't use them super much, so it's fine. But it is annoying sometimes. The left and right are on my left hand, and right and left, and up and down are on my right hand. So anyway, what's the keyboard? It's the Kinesis Advantage 2. I got it at my first job where I was working 80-hour weeks and developed crippling wrist and hand pain. And I was like, I need to buy myself something ergonomic. So I spent my paycheck on something ergonomic. It has cherry browns in it. I don't like that. And my right hand is still fucked, which makes using mice and stuff, anything repetitive is really, really bad. But the keyboard, using the keyboard, there's minimal pain or stress. It's great. If you have the money, the Kinesis, I think they have like a new like Advantage Pro split thingy. It's nice, but I wish I got one of that. I almost did when they came out. Now I don't have the money to spare for one of that, but that's fine. I would have gotten it, and I like my favorite. Do I use a vertical mouse? I use a trackball. I was thinking about using a vertical mouse. Maybe I might use a vertical mouse. It's also a trackball, so I could literally make a like I could literally just make something where I can tilt it, like reposition it. Like a trackball works in a vertical orientation. Yeah, like that would not take much. So the problem is, it's just certain movements. I'll need to try a vertical mouse, and just see if that works. It's just mice are expensive, and to find out if it works, I need to use it longer than touching something in the store for 5 minutes. It's a pain. Anyway. If distance squared, cohesion distance squared. Yeah, and then where's the cohesion code? Oh, I guess we might as well save the var Boid position equal, I'll do vector2 but yeah, I would say the kinesis kinesis brand stuff is really, really good. It's the freakish, weird curved ones are the good ones. They're not good for gaming. They're not good for gaming, and they leave a little bit to be required when it comes to doing shortcuts in some artist programs, but you can change that. It has good layering and stuff. But they are for like typing, and they're great. And gaming on a keyboard usually doesn't hurt my hand if it's like not Warframe. So we can just do the Boid global position here because we're going to reuse that, and I don't want to keep grabbing it. Is global position to Boid position. Okay, the cohesion stuff is... cohesion force... So we can just name that cohesion. This equals minus Boid position. All right, we need a var flock center. Flock center equals vector to 0.0, 0.0. Oops. No, we want vector 2 and then equals. Cool, that's fine. I do not love any. This white space is just I don't love that about Python. I miss semicolons. So what was that cohesion count? I think is. There we go. But yeah, I'm also just not good at typing. I mean, I type fairly quickly, but I'm clumsy. So. And I will say my hands are not the greatest of states right now. So I'm trying to take things easy. All right. And then we can just count for... separation is just... separation equals that. So then we can just do cohesion. We'll just change that to separation. Oh, separation distance. Oh no, that's just distance squared. Okay, and then separation plus equals global position minus Boid position. Okay, cool. I don't know how much of a useful... And then, do we count separation? No, we just need to change that by the factor. There's no division. Okay. So that set those, and now we can do... if... Which one is this? Alignment count. Alignment equals alignment. Over. And then alignment equals cohesion factor. Oh. We found another bug in my code. I thought I had already... well... Equal... So that's just... times equals... alignment factor. Oh, minus alignment count. There we go. Well, that explains why some of these variables were not working. I love that. And there was so much going on. I don't think I individually... So what if I just moved all this code from physics process to process? Why would I... Why wouldn't I just keep it in the physics process? I think I want it in the physics process. Because we're changing positions and stuff. No, that's all... Okay, no, that's fine. 60 by default. Oh, yeah, I guess we could. What? Could... Oh yeah, we're using the getting overlapping bodies. So we're using the collision. Yep. Yep. There was a reason. I swear I'm not crazy. But yeah, no, because we're using a bit of the physics backend, we have to put in the physics process. Because I don't want to program collision code. I programmed that so many times. I'm tired of it. That's the alignment one again. Here's cohesion. Yeah, collision was one of those where I am happy to let the backend handle it. I also wrote some games and I also did some Love stuff. Love does not have a collision backend. You have to implement collision. Yeah, I mean, right now it's not. Right now it's that the physics it's just taking too long. But this should. I mean, right now basically the whole thing is it's just going a little bit beyond slower than 60 frames per second. So it's not so much that it's that each physics step just takes a little bit too long. So bumping up the FPS isn't going to fix anything. If cohesion count. Yeah, like it should be fine. Flux center equals that. I'm not... Am I using delta time? Nope. I'm just tying it to frames per second. Which is fine. This isn't one of those ones where delta time is like very important. I think. Cohesion force. cohesion equals. Okay, and then now we just need to do separation. And how does separation work? Where's my code? Oh, separation just times equals separation factor. Oops. Times equals separation factor. All right. This should work. So I was doing the cohesion factor instead of the alignment factor. Here, let's change the attraction factor. I think this was just set to 300. No, we want that to be fine. Something is set way too high. All right, well, something's not right. Bound acceleration equals alignment times equals if cohesion count, if alignment count, cohesion, separation, distance. Cohesion. All right, what changed? A friend almost drove you off the bridge. So I'm trying to do optimization and I broke it. It's broke. I don't know why it's broke, which is annoying. We can do all of this and we can whoop. What is it? Shift? No. How do we comment? Oh, Control K. Okay. Separation. All right, let's just do separation equals get separation. Wait. Cohesion equals get cohesion. Boids. Alignment equals... I should have saved the variables. Get alignment. Okay, let's see if this works. The other stuff doesn't work. Okay, so this works fine. So like, yeah, so that works. but this code should be functionally identical. It also runs nicely now. I don't... I also don't know why it runs nicely now. Okay, so now is time to figure out why this code is not identical. But we didn't change anything, so I really don't know why. All right. Okay, so I guess we start off looking at the... I'm gonna open up a second window. Okay, so we set the velocity average equals velocity average times... Okay. So... Oh, actually, there's an easier way to do this. Is we can just see which one is broken. It's not alignment. Do I have to redefine the variables at line 52, 50? Yes, because these aren't guaranteed to be 0. And we do plus equals. Okay. Here, I can see which one is freaking out. Separation is wrong. And let's test cohesion. Wait, no. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, no, I'm doing this wrong. Okay, let's try cohesion and alignment using the separation that we have written. That's not right. That's not what we want, actually. So ideally it's... Oh no, that is right with the new parameters. Well, so they should be doing this, and this is... Yeah. So they should... So, okay. Is the separation code correct? Let's see, do they start forming the vortex? Yes? Okay, yes. So separation code is correct. Let's see. So separation is fine. Let's try cohesion. No, it's the cohesion. That's where there's a error, but just in case, we will try alignment. Alignment seems correct as well. Okay, so the cohesion code is broken. That's not the worst thing to try and fix. At the very least, we now know what the issue is. Lock center is 0. Okay. What is a Boids? A Boid is a birdoid, which is so it's a way of doing flocking simulations based on they try to align themselves, like the speed and the direction with one another. They try to congregate towards the center of the flock, and they also try to avoid running into one another. And if you use those three behaviors and you combine them, you get things that that kind of flock together like birds or fish. It's a really simple way of doing flocking. The reason why this code is well, mostly because we're trying to add a lot of flexibility in parameters. And we're doing a little bit of fuckery. So I'd show you, is this the, okay. Well, in this, they fucked up. So that's not good that's not good Boids. Those are fucked up Boids. Okay, let's see. All right, let me return this. So the cohesion Boids, flock center's already zeroed. That's fine. Yeah, voids. That's just Minecraft naming conventions. Var flock center, that's fine. For cohesion, we want cohesion count's correct. Flock center plus equal the Boid position. Cohesion equals global position minus Boid position. That should be fine. Flock center equals flock center divide by cohesion count. Cohesion force equals I forgot the right factor. There we go. It's okay. Yay. I'm gonna really quickly Homu just get rid of something so I can just show you them flocking. So we can just do, I think we can just comment these and it should run. Okay, here you go. Here's a bunch of just like schooling fish or flocking birds. They're not super, here, we'll make the cohesion factor, we'll turn that up. I think it's the alignment factor that I need to turn up. They were flocking really, really well, and then I fucked with the parameters too much, I think. Will this work better? They're not working great. Why are you not working great? Oh, cohesion distance is too... Here. Okay. Now it's kind of a little bit more of a... Yeah, you can see like different flocks and schools and stuff. These ones aren't as united. They're a little bit more random, but that's fine. A bunch of sliders and reset button. Oh god. I mean, it's pretty easy to just change it and then restart. I mean, I'm not that. Okay, here we go. This is a little bit, I turned up the cohesion distance. This is a little bit more what you would expect, I think. You can see a little bit of lag when they all overlap and suddenly everything is doing it, but like it's gotten a lot better than it was. So I'll take it. Because before it was really bad. Like, it would not be this fast. So. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's like, I mean, when we add way too more of them, it's gonna get, when we add a bunch more of them, it's gonna get slower, but that is, we can look for points of optimization later. But like, this works pretty well. Okay, what if I put them back with these parameters? We do the predation and the attraction. They work fine. That's about the behavior I want. And if people remember how it was at the beginning of stream, this is significantly faster. This is like way, way, way faster. Anyway, the cohesion's a little bit too big. But, okay. But the optimization part's done. That was one of the big goals for today. It took me a bit over an hour? That's not terrible. Yeah, it's smoother, and also now, no, and I eliminated, like, a bug or two. There were, like, 2 bugs, I think. Is Grip sleeping right now? No, she's wandering. I don't know where she is. I forgot to give her her bastard pill. I'm gonna... I need a DM small dog. Yes, Pirate, what's your question? If they're supposed to avoid collisions, why are they colliding? Because they're not like 100% avoiding collisions. They just try to avoid collisions. Here, I can make the separation distance a little bit bigger, and I can make the force a little bit stronger. And now they should, here, like now they should, now they care a whole lot more about avoiding collisions. To the point that it kind of ruins the circle, actually. Let's do with the distance still, just a lower factor. It's still bad. I think that distance was pretty well tuned. We could try 60. Yeah, I could trade memory for and cache the stuff. Yeah, I mean, so right now we're just using the built-in the built-in collision stuff, and I could dig into it deeper about how to optimize it. And maybe I will. But right now I think they do a pretty good job.
The bastard.
Are you chasing her down?
I asked if I should bring them down, and then I realized that I wasn't gonna wait for you to notice that I'd responded to your DM.
That's fair.
It didn't seem...
Small dog is down here giving Grip her pill.
You spit it out! Gribbo, I'm gonna fucking get you.
feel like maybe I should have just given it to her. I feel like it would have gone a little easier. Okay, yay. I know, I was just like... Yep. Hey, Ribis. Yeah, those are anxiety meds. Because she has anxiety. Because of course she does. She's my cat. Of course my cat has severe anxiety. If anything, she should probably be on stronger anxiety meds. But we need to get a new vet. But that's expensive. That's really, really expensive. Yeah, she's eating my anxiety, but there's too much. Yeah, yeah. Yup. Unfortunately. Alright, well, they spin. This is working. Well. Now... I could... I think the things are going to be randomly spawning the Boids. I think that's important. And yeah, I think I do spawning code now. And then it's going to be the number of Boids in this circle is how much is going to increase or decrease in size. And then we can start adding other crowd members. I think that's good. Yeah. I think that works. I think that works pretty well. Yes, what are you up to, child? Hello. I don't have a squid for you here. I don't know where the squids are. Oh, she bit me. Okay. Anyway. All right. So I think... Let's see. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I know what to do. For now, we... Yeah, I guess we figure out how to do spawning. To Google. Spawning in Godot. Spawning monsters. Your first 3D game. That's fine. That's good. Project settings. Okay. Creating the spawn path. You're going to design a path and... Okay, we're gonna go to your first 2D game. Creating the enemy. Okay, spawning mobs. I found it. Alright, I don't want them on a random location on the end of the screen. That's fine. Alright, we're gonna kill all these Boids. They're dead. And this is ugly, so we're just gonna turn off the attractor. I'll leave on the predator. Okay. The predator value. Okay. And then we're gonna make more of them. We're now gonna have like a bunch of babies every time we press play. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, okay? Now that the path is defined, add a path follow. Main script. Mob scene. Hi, Gribbus. Alright, we're gonna make add a script to main. Export var pack scene. Okay, I guess we'll add, it wants a script to level? Sure. Okay. That's fine. Extends node. To control how often, so we're going to do, how do we, what's the, okay. Export var, int, oh no, export var, we'll call this one count, int equals 50. That's fine. Export var, we'll call this one all right, we'll call this one X. No. Left edge. We'll call this 0. I think these are floats. Yeah, left edge, export, var, right edge, float. I think that's 2000. Export var, top edge, float. I think that's 0.0. Oh, right, I forgot the point zeros. Make sure these, I mean, I'm sure it'll do the conversion to floats automatically. Exploit var, bottom edge. Child, you're allowed to be up there as long as you don't start eating the cords from the back. If you do, then I will yeet you. Okay, I think that's fine. So then... now that the path is defined... to choose the scene we want to do. All right, export var. We'll call these active. No, we'll just call these Boids scene, packed scene. Okay. And we're gonna change that to load the Boid. All right. That's fine. And then let's see. Yeah, it's a cursor that Chovek commissioned me. It's really cute. I also have one that Fungi made that I've been thinking about like alternating them or using one of my laptop one on here. So But yeah. Let's see. So it just main funk new game. The timer. Make sure No, I don't think we need a function. Okay, fine. Funk ready. And we'll just do this as spawn Boids. Then we'll write the funk spawn Boids. So var okay, so what we're gonna do is for count. Does that work? No. How do you do for loops? In Godot. I always forget this. For n in Godot GD script, constants, functions, control flow. If for through a range. Oh, okay. It's just for I and count. Var Boid equals Boid scene instantiate. Yes. And then we're going to do okay, and then we're going to do a var Boid position vector 2. Okay, and then we're just going to do Boid position equals random float in range 0 0. Okay, so void position should be vector 2 randomly in the range from x is first, so it should be left edge. Hey, don't. I know, I'm sorry. You don't need to cry. It was just, you can't play with that stuff, baby. It's dangerous. She had her paws all just reaching down on the back of the computer, like sticking into the fans and the grills and playing with the cords, and it's just like, no. No, child. Come on. Onto my lap. Yeah. She cried after I yelled. I'm sorry, baby. Right edge. Disaster. Last time she got out a wire behind there, it caused the computer to blue screen constantly because of the because it was causing a short, and I'm glad that her chewing on it wasn't live. Like, it didn't cause her to get electrocuted. Top edge, bottom edge. I don't love the like the predator, like all of that. Like, I just kind of copied some stuff from a paper, but I might rename them. All right, so then we set the Boid.global position to Boid position. And then we just need to add child Boid. Does this work? We'll launch it and see what happens. It works. They spawn. Awesome. Hi, baby. I know. All right, well, spawner works. Let's stress test it. Why not? Let's change the count to 1000 and see what happens. Why are you not saving? Okay, it's hanging. It's hanging. It does not like 1,000 of them. It's very upset right now. All right, we're gonna close that out. Me naively programming this in Godot, I understand why you guys aren't happy. Maybe I'll have to figure out multi-threading. I know, Gribbus, I know. I know. Please close. Hi, Gribby. Where's your string? Here's your string. Yeah? Godot engine is not responding. It closed the editor but left the simulation. God damn it. You suggest GD? I could. I don't want to, though. This is just meant to be a simple implementation for a panel at a VTuber convention. All right. I'm gonna relaunch Godot. To be fair, we don't need that many. Oh, what you mean by cheating is pre-calculating some or all of this stuff? I mean, yeah, the goal isn't to play this live. The goal is to calculate positions and velocities and then write those. You wouldn't need to run this slide live in a real environment, but it's fun. Okay, let's... How about 100? Oh, even 100 it's unhappy about with the spawning. That's more than 100. I wrote 100, right? Fuck, I wrote 1,000 again. What does the profiler say now? I can't access the profiler because it's frozen. Please close. Oh, if the value is edited in the spectre. I thought it didn't save that value. Yeah, that's fair because the stuff in the script is just the. Yeah, I thought that the save didn't go through. But all right, well that's. I'll be careful about this next time. Please stop, please. Or die? Like, close out? It once again closed the wrong thing. God, why are you like this? They're still running. Please close. All right. Changing this to 100. The worst thing is it doesn't scale linearly because of the collision. Okay, cool. All right. Spawn your 100. It takes a second to spawn. The spawning stuff is not as fast as I thought it would be. Okay, here we go. It spawns 100, fine. There's still some lag. I need to deal with some stuff. It stabilizes. It's fine. Yeah, I could batch the spawns. So we could see when it starts to lag. Oh, YouTube about Boston. Alright. We're going to, yeah, I'm probably not spawning them very efficiently. I mean, I went from your first 2D game tutorial in the Godot documentation. That's 200? Okay. That's fine. What about 300? I don't think that's 300. There we go, that's 300. It does not love 300 of them. I mean, honestly though, 300 I feel like is not... It feels like it shouldn't be that much. But yeah, I'm going to, so, okay, first things first. The collider is way too big. So let's change that. That's a good starting point. Boids, like, how big is your collider? That's way too big. I mean, I'm not providing this code to anyone. This is just to render some simulations. What if you just remove colliders altogether? We're still calculating distances is the problem. So we use the collider so that we don't have to iterate, so that every Boid doesn't have to iterate over every other Boid. That's actually what's causing the problem, is they're iterating over every other Boid. So I'm gonna make the cohesion distance back down to 100. That's what would happen if we remove the colliders. We'd have to find the neighbors, because so many things are based around what's around it. So bird site is a collision shape 100. What about this? Okay, this should hopefully work. That one's significantly smoother for the 300, where before it was a slideshow, now it's just kind of laggy. Now it's about the same amount of lag that we had when we were running in the very beginning. Which is not terrible. So I'm not doing like collision handling. The thing that the boy that is going on is here, I can close it out. Basically, every Boid is about this, sees Boids around them about this distance, and those are the only Boids it does math on. 5 or less neighbors regardless. Can you limit the number that it does in a collision? I mean, 5 or less neighbor. You can exit the loop early. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's, I mean, like, yes, that would cause limit collisions reported Godot. No, I don't want to. Okay. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you could limit the number of process mode thread group. Okay, bird site, disable mode, priority. Physics process, blah, blah, blah. Editor description, okay. Well, it would be a small one, but when it's so many Boids would be 2 different, calculate 5 neighbors and it is 15. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I mean, no, it's just, this is just being done inefficiently. I mean, we're not doing any multi-threading. It's like, if we look at the debug here, we'll auto start it. Debugger. Is the I'm curious, actually. Hold on. Stop running the project. The script process is the... Oh, no. We want to go to level. That's where we want to... Okay. All right, we'll run. Let that run for a little bit and stop. Debugger. What do you not like? The script function is low, actually. Where are we getting the huge frame time? Why is our frame time so big? Physics 3D. Integrate forces. Oh wait, it's because it's like 2,000 calls. Actually, I have a... Okay, I want to, just for profiling purposes, yeah, so like we definitely could exit early, but I want to what's it called? Oh, I want to my brain is not working. I want to see what things. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this might be... We're gonna add a couple more. Funk, rotate. We're gonna move some stuff with the we're gonna replace that with rotate, velocity. Yeah, there are to profile specific functions, but also like... Oh, rotate Boid. How about that? Okay, you're happy. There are, but getting them into separate... You can move the node stuff so it only looks up the node once. What do you mean? What? Why did you... OBS, please. Oh, onReady var node equals bird fear. So these are physics process. That's the only thing. It's the get overlapping. Oh yeah, so we could look up the bird fear node at once. Maybe? That's not the worst. I want to see how costly the rotation is. It might not do anything, but part of me is like... Okay, it's about 5 to 10, so it's not nothing. And it's still running the... Okay. So it's not nothing, but it's nothing crazy. Yeah, I was wondering about the yeah, so the physics frame time is working fine. physics process collision is 15. So that would like half the adding 3 more collision. No, because then there's still the back end. Like, I'm wondering if adding the 3 colliders instead of doing this, maybe. No, the problem with the physics layer is it... Okay, yeah, I'm gonna look up the different profiling so I can actually figure out what is how to measure. No, there isn't markdown, it looks like. Yeah. So like each frame... Yeah, the collision is already kind of... Hey, baby. The rotating definitely adds up. And using the built-in velocity and the integrating and all of that, it's definitely not... Yeah, the physics frame time is taking longer. Yeah, it's the script. Okay, yeah, let's see. Script functions. No, actually, okay, so the script is slow, but the frame time is way slower? What if we don't... What if we don't rotate them? Still not great. Okay, so that runs about 250 to 300. And if we do rotate them... That's fine. Okay, rotation's not an issue. I know that in something like processing, that rotation is so costly that something like this would absolutely fuck up from that. Okay, well, let's see. It says script functions are 50 milliseconds. That's actually... What's the desired number of Boids? I mean, it would be really cool to have 500. Like 500 would be pretty ideal. I'm really curious if I'm going to... Okay, yeah, what if we exit from this early? Okay, we're gonna do a var loop. Okay. Hi, Gribus. Separation is fine. We will exit if we have cohesion and alignment for Boid and Boids. If alignment count is greater than 10, we will or cohesion count is greater than 10. That's fine. How do we exit? Exit for loop Godot. Does it just break? Yield func for... Okay, yeah, it's just break. Break. All right, let's try this. No. That didn't improve things. Now that's interesting. I changed it to 5. That's also not improving. The debugger... No. Huh. Is it because we're using shapes? Because we're using in-engine shapes instead of sprites? That might be it. Yeah, because we're using the Polygon 2Ds. I wonder... Okay, let's save this. Oh, I guess they're still rendering. All right. Even if they're not set as visible. Okay, that's interesting. I would think the polygons, though, would get, like, cached. Like, I think that... Maybe they aren't. Is it not? All right, let's make a sprite. Let's make a sprite. I wanted to get, like, further in stuff today, but, like... You know, just... whatever. Oh yeah, I have these. Okay, we can change. Let's add a child node. We will call we'll just add a sprite 2D. We'll get rid of polygon. Delete polygon. Yes, hi Gribus. Texture. Load. Yeah, I did get some work done today. It's not, we're not in a bad situation. I'm just like, I want to get further today. Okay, we're gonna just give them this fish texture. 2D level. Okay, and then we're gonna give them... Let's not even do the rotation. Let's get rid of rotation. Func rotate Boid as sprite. Okay, sprite 2D. That's fine. But then let's get rid of the rotation. All right. Debugger. No, that's not fixing anything. No, I'm curious. What is so costly? The physics 2D. What is... Ew, okay. Now that's weird. Like, I thought it was the script functions, but no, those are not much. That's weird. All right, well, we're gonna turn back on rotation. And now I'm really... Are we using something... Alright, I'm trying to figure out what... I'm worried that us calling something velocity is going to cause issues. So let's just add a... Here, we're gonna call this... We're gonna add a var void. We'll just call it vel. And we're gonna change vel to that, and then we're going to set velocity to that. And we are doing it based on delta, but that's not that invalid. Var vel vector 2. Okay. Is this better? Why'd it break? Well, we can get rid of that. Vel. Rotate towards vel angle. I'm worried about the... Boid dot vel. Will this work or will that error? For Boid, if global vision. Okay, let's change that to Boid position. Plus equal vel. Do I want a 0 vel? Position plus equals vel. Volition. Okay, they disperse. What? What is it, child? Rotate Boid. Vel. Alright, well, something isn't working with the, not using velocity, which is annoying. Why are they not working like that? Okay, let's let's get rid of the braking. Huh? Velocity. var velocity average. Bound. Oh. That's why. Vel.x. I'll just call that velo. Sure, whatever. I'm so frustrated. It shouldn't be as slow as it is. Okay, and then we're gonna do bound velo. Oh no, bound vel. That'll do it. All right. Are you guys not getting bounded? Okay, never. Ribis, what are you eating? All right, well, let's get rid of all the vel. We're gonna replace. I'll just use velocity. I don't think it's not helping, and something broke, which is annoying. Velocity. We're gonna change var. Void velocity. Bound. Rotate void velocity. Position equals velocity and velocity. Okay. Oh, yeah. Velocity. Why are you guys freaking out? Did I change something? Is it locked? Okay. All right, let's see if they work now. Yes. This is what they should be doing. They're still misbehaving though. Well, now they just run slow. And I can't figure out why. Physics frame time is not... What is running? The physics 2D process is running really, really high. What is running so high? Solve constraints. Integrate forces. You shouldn't have to do any of that. Everything's a static or a character? Is it... Okay, we're gonna stop with the auto start. Okay. It is the physics 2D stuff. Why is physics 2D so? I'm not using any of the physics functions besides the collision stuff. Character body does have a built-in... I'm wondering if it's too much collit. Is it all the collision stuff? All right. Debugger. This optimization stuff is not fun. Like, this is not a fun stream. I'm sorry. Too much what? I don't know. I'm losing it. Oh, I didn't say a funny word. I'm sorry. What is the... Why is... Is there a way? Optimizing collision Godot. Batches? No. Disabling. Even one of the... Oh! Okay. Okay. It's the collision shapes. Okay. Thank you, Cassius. Okay. I wasn't saying that in Minecraft. Okay. I get it. So let's... The Boid... We don't need bird fear. We don't need bird curiosity. Mediator? We don't need predator. And we don't need attractor. Okay. And now for Boid, you know what? We're just going to add a new variable. Export var. How do we get a specific object? Grabbing specific object in scene. Godot. All objects in the same node. Get parent dot get node. Okay. We're just gonna do a var mediator node 2D or something. That's fine. All right, func ready. Get parent dot get node. Okay, no, we're gonna call that No, we're gonna do a vector2 mediator position. Dot global position. Get parent dot get node or call mediator position equals get parent dot get node mediator. And for attractor, get mediator force. Okay, so then we're going to do mediator distance, var predation force, var attraction force. That's fine. For, no, we're gonna do if, we're gonna do call var mediator distance, whoop, vector2 equals 2 mediator distance. Okay, and then we're gonna do predation force. So if that's equal underneath, okay. If mediator distance is greater than, what is that? Predation distance squared. Plus equals global position minus mediator position. It's lesser. It is smaller. Yeah. Okay, I did that right. And then if mediator distance, otherwise mediator, okay, no, attraction force should be times equals attraction factor. We want attraction distance squared. Okay, attraction force times equal mediator position minus global position, attraction force times equal attraction factor. Return attraction force plus predation force. That's fine. Var mediator distance so we're gonna do, instead, we're gonna do mediator var mediator vector2 equals mediator force. And then we're just gonna add mediator here. Okay, that's fine. Error to mediator distance vector2 equals, oh, this should be a float. Yes. It crashed again. No, okay, we don't need to do predators or that. Okay. You know what? It's significantly faster than it was. It's not great. Also, there's like weird flashing happening on my screen on my end in OBS. I'm sorry if something's happening, like some weird graphical glitching. Okay, but this is better. This is better than it was. This is a lot better than it was. I think. Let's open up the profile. I've not turned them evil. Okay. Debugger. Profiler, artist start. All right. Debugger, profiler. We've doubled the speed. So script function still takes a while. Physics process still takes too long. But we have doubled the speed. You know, actually, it might look more... If I get rid of delta and just do this based on the actual frame time. I should not get rid of delta. Getting rid of delta was bad, actually. I don't like the new evil Boids. I miss my triangle friends. My white triangle friends. I might turn them back later. But anyway, this is something. It is resembling a I mean, it's twice as fast. That did make it twice as fast. I wish there was a way to only make the colliding shapes like do, and honestly this works because now we can set the speed each time that we could get the object, cache it, and then grab the speeds and stuff. What if we do basic raycasting to find neighbors instead of colliders? Is that faster? So, well, one thing is we're using circle colliders. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know if that's like... I would say a circle collider should be pretty easy to work with. Like, I'm wondering if bounding boxes would make things better. What if we change this to a rectangle? That's 200 by 200. How does that work? Not any difference. Okay. Back to the circle. Circle should be the most performant. be assuming that it's doing the quad tree stuff. I'm very confused about why. But it definitely is collision because it starts freaking out when they get nearby. Like if we make this 50, the behavior is going to be worse, but I mean, just making the collider smaller fixed a bunch of issues. That's not terrible. Just add some separation. Yeah, I mean, yeah, let's... Alright, so these are now 50. Cohesion distance and alignment distance. And separation distance is also going to be 50. Everything's just going to be 50, which is fine. Do we even want separate distances? Can we just... Hold on, if I do this... If I cut out the distance checks... That's not terrible. Alright, let's... The problem is, will this work with fewer Boids? Let's say we only have 50 guys. Will they start moving in a circle? Hold on. That's not bad. Okay, I'm gonna make the I feel bad for him. So let's make the I feel bad for those Boids. So we're gonna make the I don't know why I feel bad. We're gonna make the attraction factor stronger by double. This works, actually. This works really well. I could just get rid of the distance. I was originally going to do the 3 different distance for cohesion, separation, and alignment. I do still want a distance for separation, I think. Oh, well, in that case, it's not going to be any faster. Okay, separation factor. Let's make this 4. Oh wait, no, this isn't going to work at all because of the... I mean, the original paper didn't have it. It was mostly the distance for separation based on. This works really well. Okay, no, but we want to... We'll change that to 45, and then let's make this like 10 for the factor. Literally 100 times anything else. Okay, we might want to make the distance higher. Yeah, you feel like it's inversed for some reason? 40 here. Is it inversed? Okay, no, they definitely do try to avoid each other. I cranked up the factor, and they are definitely trying to avoid one another. To the point that it's fucking up everything else, actually. So let's make that factor 4. I mean, there's a stupid solution where we just make the Boids smaller. Basically, our issue here is the, in order to keep everything from freaking out, we need to make the collision shape smaller, so it's not intersecting with as many. So let's... Alright, let's get 200 guys. I think 200 should be pretty okay. Yep, 200 is fine. That's so weirdly smooth. What about 400? It does not like 400. Boids all tightly compressed there is not great. But it does run. And realistically, we're not gonna have this many Wota goers. We're probably gonna have like 80, I think. Probably. That looks about right for the count. And then we might have like 1,000 other crowd goers, but they're not going to be tightly overlapping like this. So I think this is fine, actually, for our purposes. I think the Boids should be smaller. I think that's a good call. Ask them for numbers? God. Alright, so let's... Alright, I think they should be smaller, and I think I want a file new... let's make them... Are you really attacking your tail while on... Not even 128 by 128. Let's make them... 64 by 64. So we can actually keep the collision in the... We'll have the collision set to 32, about? Anyway. We'll put this here. We'll turn up the size, and then I'm just going to make a triangle. Ribis. You're so annoying. Like, ugh, who loves you? Who could love you? I love you, but... did I rewrite the collision system? So what I discovered is that it doesn't matter how you do the masking or the layering. Godot just doesn't like having a lot of collision shapes in the same area. Doesn't matter if they all ignore each other, even. So I just got rid of... so I just had every single object calculate the distance from the Wota pit. And it turned out to be way, 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 way more efficient. And then I just shrunk the collision size. So then you're having... yeah, it turned out basically all the time wasn't actually in my own... It wasn't in the what's it called? It wasn't my code, it was the physics engine at a certain point. Just not enjoying doing, like, having 50 overlapping objects. Which is fine. It's not fine, actually. It kind of sucks, but this isn't something you're supposed to really be doing with the physics engine. This is supposed to be something closer to, like, a particle simulation. Oh wait, no, I want to export as... Documents. They always recommend making your own system for swarm simulations. I could. I shouldn't. No, that way lies madness. That way lies madness. That way lies madness. That way lies madness. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I have a certain amount of time before off-Kai. I want to get this done soon. We're demonstrating that the model is good. If it doesn't run in real time, that's okay. What if 1,000 Boids? It'd be fun, but realistically, this should work fine with the crowd simulation because we're not having a huge densely packed mass together. We're only having a whole lot of the overlaps in the instance of the circle. All right, let's see. That's fine, I think, for that. I think we want... If we're doing that, though, I think we want the circle to be smaller. Maybe? I think that's too small. That's not terrible, though. I think that would work better for fewer Boids. So if we did... How many Boids do we want? Level... What if we only had 40 of you? I think the attraction force is too big. I mean, they do it. They make a circle. This is fine. I'm not upset, actually. Yeah. This is fine. So that's a very small number, and then let's try 300 again. Boyd, we want to make the predation distance. What if we make that really big? What if predation distance is like 800? And then, no, it is like 600. That doesn't work at all. Because it leaves outside the map. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Mr. Boyd. Let's try 400. Still a big circle. Oh wait, no, that was attraction distance. That's why. 400. Okay. It's lagging because there are 300 of them. But it's handling 300. They're just too overlapped. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna need to find the right ratio. Well, I'm also running the profiler too, which I should probably stop. It's handling 300. Fine. They can't figure out which way they want to run in a circle. Which is not great. So we should probably reduce the separation distance again. With the lower it takes a second for them to figure out which way to run. Because we have the slower alignment and cohesion. I mean, the lower alignment and cohesion stuff. But it's... I mean... It does work, right? Like, that's not terrible. Alright, let's make this a smaller circle. I mean, like, it's a little laggy, but we're not gonna have 300 people running in a circle this size. I think that's fine. Does this work if you limit the amount of bodies to check? Can I do that in the physics engine is the problem? Like, it's no longer my loops that are the problem. It's the collider Godot. Collision shape. Performance caveats. It doesn't say how. Okay, physics body 2D. Get gravity, move and collide. Max physics steps per frame. Yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, the problem is, yeah, I tried like exiting from the collision sooner. At this point, the bottleneck isn't actually that, it's the back end figuring out collisions, which is a shame because this works so much better if we increase the size to like a, well, we could try 75 radius, see if that breaks it. It's a little laggier, but it's still okay. Because I want these distances, the cohesion and the alignment, I want bigger. Here, let's see if this... Yeah, because that's the big problem. We can't get good flocking behavior if we're not considering enough neighbors. A different physics engine? Oh, like using a pre-made one? That's fair. Gribby, what are you doing? Why are you getting into every box right now? Yeah. Engines, Godot, 2D, Swarm. Yeah. What is rapier? Yeah, I could do that. Oh. Yeah, physics. And no ghost collisions. Automatic. Oh, I can just use the assets lib. Asset lib? Go online. Handshake error, handshake error, handshake error. Awesome. Category 2D tools. Physics. Rapier physics. Best version. I think that is... Is it... Is that the right file? Oh, rapier. How to get it? Okay, it's that one. It's that one. Sure. I'll warning. Download. And store assets. Install. Advanced settings, physics, 2D. Okay, sure. Let's... Setting, project... Settings, advanced settings. Where even is advanced settings? See ya, Jim. Import. Where? Project settings. General plugins. Physics. 2D. Physics engine. Rapier. Save and restart. Alright. Well. Do you work? 2D level? Still laggy. I think it's a little better because I improved the size a lot, but it's still laggy. Alright, well, I like the Boid with the collision shape. I liked it with the 100 radius. That just worked way, way better. Cohesion distance 100. Separation distance 50. What is it, child? Yeah? I don't know if this got worse. This might have gotten worse. All right, let's go back to 100. 100 Boids. Let's see how you guys behave. You're fine. Okay. They don't work as well. Oh, maybe I think the cohesion is too strong. The alignment should be yeah, alignment factor should be that. Cohesion. Let's try this again. They stop going in circles. Oh yeah, it was 100%. The separation distance was just too big. Because we have the separation factor so high. So if we just change this to 1 point there and then change this to 50 again. Let's see how this works. Yep, okay, they swarm correctly. That's fine. That's fine. They do it, and then we're gonna have the circle get bigger and smaller, which is good. Okay. They overlap a little bit too much with this. Yeah, the sliders are a good way, probably would be good for testing, but it doesn't take that long to just click on the reset button. Or the play. It would be really fun to play with them all in real time, and I could add that later. I think for now though, it works fine. It's like the big limitation is looking at the nearby Boids. Like, let's get rid of the cohesion vector. So let's just make that vector 2, 0, 0.0, 0.0, and then we're gonna just mediator equals. But if we get rid of that, okay, here, I'll just let them go flying. And they're just not going to go very well because because everything is like way too low, I think. Oh, actually, even with the lower distance, they're still... I wish the distances were just higher. What if we do the cohesion factor the same as the alignment factor? Yeah, we just have smaller flocks is the issue, because they can't see very far. You can kind of see what the distance of the collider, what the actual size of the colliders is by just seeing how the flocks form. In this. There's probably some nice ways to distribute it, though. Oh well, like, this isn't ideal behavior. The sizing is too small. Like, if I make the collision bigger... Is it gonna freak out? But then I could make like the cohesion distance like... Then I could make these distances like way, way bigger? Like, to me this is way better. Like, look at how much improvement is just by having them be able to see farther. We do want the separation, I think, a little bigger in this case. Like, this to me looks way better, just like as a flocking sim. Am I gonna give the Boids a hamster skin? I could. Separation force should almost be higher. 5, maybe? I am just having fun playing with the parameters now. One of them a really bright ball of light. Alright. Alright, hold on. Let's turn on the ball. The cohesion's way too high, I think, is part of the issue. So for this, we want to turn down the cohesion because we don't want them that far away from one another. No, actually, no. That's... Never mind. That worked better before. Yeah, they do behave more like fish now. And it works pretty well. I wish we could get it into like a narrower line. Separation distance. What if we increase the separation distance actually a little bit? Would that work? No. They kind of freak out. $40 even? Anxious triangles. Well, they circle. They do circle. Okay, what about 60? Alright. And maybe the alignment distance should be shorter. And the cohesion force should be a little bit lower, I think. You know, I should probably be changing variables once at a time. I think that'd be way easier to get the correct behavior. But I mean, they work. They work fine. We do get way better mob mentality, but if we turn this way down, the cohesion, but then left the alignment. Sorry, I'm just having fun changing variables. Well, at the very least, it's way more efficient now. We've reduced speeds by like a sixth of what they were. I mean, we reduced costs. We sped it up by like 6 times during this stream. That's pretty decent optimization, I would say. Yeah, I guess the things that make good big flocks are a little bit less good for just making a line that goes around a circle. Okay, separation factor 2.0, alignment distance 150. No, it's fine. Tomorrow we'll work on the crowd, and then that's going to be the big and the changing circle size. Oh, they remembered how to go in a circle. They're overlapping a little bit too much. That's a little better. Yeah. That's not terrible. What causes them to spread out? It's the force of the separation. It's the separation distance causes them to spread out. Yeah. And then the cohesion tries to make them kind of clump. And so we're trying to get them to clump. Like, it's a lot of, like, just trying to get the circular motion unified is hard. Like, see, I lowered the cohesion, try to reduce clumping. Yeah, they're trying to avoid something in the center, but they're also trying to get to something in the center. But the avoidance thing is smaller than the, Stop doing whatever you're doing. Child. Basically what they're avoiding is smaller than what's drawing them in. So that's how you kind of get the circular stuff. Okay. This is fine. Some of them overlap, but that's fine. It does kind of look like a mass of people trying to run around in a circle. It'll be interesting when we introduce the crowd. And then they're gonna have separation from the crowd is going to be turned on, but alignment is not. And maybe cohesion will be off. Yeah, I think cohesion and alignment will be off. And then just the non-Wota people will just be, and they'll only get flipped on if the energy levels reach a certain amount. And regular crowd members are not attracted to the Wota pit. Hi, Grippy. You know what? I can add this. We're gonna add a var. We're gonna just make a changeable. No, we're gonna make a var active. Bool. Okay, bool. The func ready active equals bool dot ran. Is there a way to randomize a bool? Random bool Godot. Is there like a random b? No. Yeah, random. What is it? Is it randef? Randef Godot. Is that one between 0 and 1? Yeah, it's randef. Randef greater than... Oh, we can add a threshold too, which is nice. Export var float Wota threshold float. We'll make that 0.7. Active equals rand f Wota threshold. Cool. And then basically if active. So we're going to add a if active, then disable attraction, alignment, and active. And cohesion. Active, and then we're going to, yeah, we're going to add for mediator force, if, and attraction, and active. Okay. Now only some of these guys are going to try and Wota. And then a lot of them are just going to ignore it. You can see some of them making a circle, and then the other ones are just kind of moving around. I think for this to work well, I mean, I think for that we need the Wota threshold to be way lower. Almost 0.4 maybe? Yeah, and this you can see some of them making the circle, and then some of them just doing their own thing. I like the person that just ran into the circle by mistake. That's pretty... Yeah, we're gonna do 0.7 and just spawn way more of them. Alright, we're gonna try the 300 this time and see what happens. Some of them in the circle and the center making a circle, rest of the crowd doing its own thing. That looks way more natural. Rest of the crowd doesn't really swarm. They just try to avoid each other. Yeah, I know Gribbus. Okay, we can set that to 200 maybe. Yeah, this works. You see the guys in the center doing the Wota people doing their thing, and then you see the rest of them just kind of doing their thing. And that works. That's not bad. But now I kind of want to add something that they just don't really move around much. If active, then we set that velocity, else velocity, else velocity equals vector 2, 0. It's actual circles somewhere in the crowd. Sometimes it's the outer rim of the crowd. Really depends. Did this not work? If active, random speed else. Right, I want damping. I want the crowd to gravitate towards a certain point, or towards a certain direction. I mean, it's something, though. Yeah, I want them to all look north. I think that's just a good way of representing it. I'm going to want the circle varying, but at the very least, it now does have that thing of, hey, there's a Wota circle with Wota goers, and the rest of them are just kind of around. The one thing is, I think the fear circle should be a little bit, I think something that would make it look a little bit more natural is if predation distance, we're going to do var inactive predation distance squared float var if, yeah, basically the predation distance is going to be tested. It's going to be bigger. Basically they're going to try and avoid the circle more now. They're going to basically try to avoid the Wota goers. Inactive predation distance, and let's set this to 400. That should be pretty visible. If active, that's fine. So inactive predation distance squared equals inactive predation distance times 2, and then if we go into mediator forces and active, okay, if active, I think that's better. If active, if mediator distance, and then we can do this. Else. There we go. Oops, we want that. Else, if, oh no, if mediator distance is less than, I mean, this should be mediator distance squared, honestly, but inactive predation distance squared. Predation force. And then we can have a different force for the avoidance too. But like now they like avoid the circle a little bit more. Not like substantially, but like it's visible, I think. We could probably turn up the size of, what if I turn up the size of that actually? How would that look? Let's change the inactive predation distance to 600. How does this look? That's too far. But I think that looks not terribly unnatural. I need to turn that down to maybe 500. Let's see if this works better. You know, because people try and avoid the mosh pit. I probably want the inactive fear one to be less than the separation. So I might want to add a different variable. Predation factor export var inactive predation factor, and then we'll just turn that to like, just reduce it a little bit. Float equals, and then we will thankfully inactive accidentally froze it. Predation factor. Yeah, no, basically that's kind of what's going on. Literally, the people who aren't interested in the Wota try and get away, but they can still kind of get shoved towards there if they're too close to like other crowd goers or stuff. I like this. Yeah, eventually the circle will attract, yeah, I like when they freak out because they're getting too close and they're like, I don't want to get that close. I might make the inactive predation distance a little bit lower though, for 20, maybe? Yeah, I think this looks a little bit better. They're actively avoiding it, but like it's not so huge a gap. This is a little bit more realistic. Yeah, I like having, but anyway, I like having this variable. I think this variable is good. I think it, you know, this is good emergent behavior, I think. Okay, now let's make them all, if they're inactive, if not active, then I want to velocity can rotated. No, is there a rotate towards? There has to be a way to make it move to rotate a velocity. Rotating velocity. Godot. Vector 2 rotated with delta. Lerp angle. Lerp angle. Let's see what that does. How to use lerp angle. Godot. We need the latest version. What's another level of complexity? Oh yeah, so that's actually planned. The accumulation of energy for inactive members. Some of them will have a threshold that they'll actually join. Based on. Not everyone will join. I'll have some people set so that they will never join, but some people will join the Wota circle, and the Wota circle will expand. And I think that's neat. So then we can actually start with only a few people start, and then the more and more people join. All right, let's see, vector 2. Float angle. Float from angle. Min, move towards. Yeah, I might slightly tint them. Yep. So let's see. A good angle would be 0, 1. I think. Float, slurp. Delta, maybe? What if I just plug in delta? Okay, get cohesion. So I'm just getting rid of the if not active. Velocity equals velocity dot slurp. -1 is upwards. Here, we'll make a vector. Just make a new vector 2 there. And then this one will be delta? Yeah. Slurp is a spherical linear interpolation. So now I'm trying to make them all go towards up. That should be... Oops, I should... Also, I'm realizing, like, some of the keyboard movements seem like a little bit not great. They are going up. That's not how I wanted it to go, though. The keyboard sounds are... And then they get too close and they freak out. This is a little bit more concert-like, right? And they keep kind of trying to congregate towards the center. We want them to rotate towards... We want them to dampen? So, like, we almost want them to dampen. What will this do? They are dampening. The ones that aren't the Wota goers, which is nice. And then they get jostled or they get too close to the edge and freak out. It should maybe have a lower margin. They are slower though, which is nice. We could do like delta times 2. Yeah, Okay, yeah. Now they try and stay, like, you can see them get jostled and stuff, but like, this is a little bit more realistic, I think, for a concert. What if I just rotate the sprite to head north? So it's like they're looking towards the scene and stumble around. You mean just have them all, like... have them all set to north, maybe? If not active. I mean, I can have them try and look back towards the scene. I fucked this up somehow. That... no. Oh, if active. Whoops. I did literally the inverse. Oh, that's not terrible, honestly. Just not having them rotate is not that bad. I do kind of want them to move a little bit, but... this is pretty... this is not... I'm not unhappy. They jostle way too much, though. Maybe some random extra rotation. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if they do, they should have it... or if they do, they rotate towards it, but then they rotate towards north a bit more. Yeah, some random rotation is... no, actually, hold on. Else, I want the rotation to be... if there's a way to separate the... I could do... angle... is there like a float lerp? Float dot... is there a lerp for floats? Lerp angle. Oh, that's perfect. That's literally what I want. So we're gonna do... vel dot angle... rotate towards... this is gonna be a little bit more... else... new angle... var float... no, var... an angle equals... We'll just call this angle A. Var angle. I don't know what this to call this one. Oh, I'll call this velocity angle equals rotate towards that. And then sprite t will equal a worse between vel angle and static var north angle equals float, which is a angle. How do we get the angle? Vector 2. Okay, vector 2, 0, -1. Vector 2, 0, -1 dot angle. And then we do angle north and something like 0.5. North angle. All right, let's see how this looks. Did I fuck up the angle? I fucked up the angle. Oh, -1? Okay. No, we want maybe -1 here? I don't know why the X angle is... No, that's downwards, so we want 1. Why is that angle like that? And then we can do delta. Oh no, we want to rotate towards... Maybe... Oh, delta is not included. Okay, fine. Hello, Seymour. All right, what if we do like 0.1? No, this isn't quite what I want. Zero, -1. I don't know why they're not looking towards the... I have no idea. I'll figure it out later. I'll figure out how to jostle them a little bit. Yeah, some of them are a little bit, just a little bit lost. Problem for future, Lily. Exactly, exactly. There we go. Now they get jostled a little bit, and then they rotate a little bit based on their new position. That's way too low. Yeah, whatever. This is fine. This is... We'll figure this out later. Oh, well, I didn't set it. That's why it didn't work. Whatever, that's fine. This looks good enough. You can tell what's going on in the crowd. Oop. My stomach's making weird noises. Okay, I could make the separation factor lower. 2 if it's inactive. So then they get jostled a little bit less. Separation, inactive separation factor. If active, separation, where's the separation factor? If active, separation factor, else, separation times equals inactive separation factor. Oh, I didn't know you could put them on the same lines like that. That's nice. Now they should get jostled a little bit less. You can see the poor Wota goers. They're like, fuck. How do I get in? There we go. All right, I'm gonna make that factor a little bit higher. Okay, yeah, now they don't get jostled quite as much, but it's a little bit more realistic, I think. But yeah, I really do enjoy that you sometimes see them trying to push through the crowd. It's a little static without the jostling, I will say. What happens if we get rid of the larger VR circle, the inactive gradation distance? We can set that to 1 and then... Yeah, we can make them bob up and down. But now I'm wondering, because they do get kind of pushed out of the way... Okay, I really like them, like, getting pulled. No, I should make that a little bit bigger. I mean, that's fun behavior. I don't know if it's what I want, but it is fun behavior. Which just makes me happy. They don't fill in the gaps, which I don't love. They feel like they should have a much lower inactive separation factor, but like a much bigger inactive separation distance. Separation distance. Float 0. What if we make that like 100? I think that would be fun. And then inactive separation distance squared. Var inactive separation distance squared. Float, and then we just inactive separation distance squared equals inactive separation distance times 2, and then if and active if and active, no, if active else, and then if distance squared is greater than yeah, we could probably like do a or there. Is the energy level? Energy level is going to be based on, right now it's just like a set threshold that it gets randomized with. Discwind squared minus second, inactive separation distance squared. Okay, now the crowd is like way less trying to that's not what is supposed to be happening. Inactive separation distance. We'll set that to 70. Yeah, they're stuck in the center of the circle. They don't know what to do. I just realized a... They don't try and separate things that have the same coordinates, and that's not great. Okay, what if I set this separation factor to the same? Oh god, the people trapped in the middle of the circle. Alright. Inactive separation distance is If I set this to 60, now everything should be back to normal. No, they're still rotating. What are they doing? What did I break? If active, else if distance squared is greater is less than. Why are they doing this? Okay, hold on. Now it's working normally again. Okay. I mean, we're already sampling all the nearby Boids anyway, just because we use a collision circle. So yeah, we're gonna do it based on proximity. All right, if active. And now they become an entity again. What are you doing wrong? Inactive predation distance squared. Oh. I figured it out. And let's remove this here. Okay. And then there should be an error. All right, I want them to have the factor to be higher. Separation factor, I think, should be... Inactive separation distance should be higher. Like 80, but the factor should maybe be... significantly slower? There we go. This way they kind of fill up the gaps that are left. I like this. And I like how it just kind of naturally creates the stuff. Yeah, I like this. Everything's working really, really well. Let's add 100 more Boids. Nothing can go wrong. I mean, it's doing it. Yeah, no, I mean, the model holds. It's fine. It's just not super efficient. So I want to change this to 250 maybe? Will that be fine? 250, I think it's a little bit of a better What if I made the area bigger so there's less overlap? Yeah, we can do that. We're also going to have the area is going to be expanding and contracting. Based on the number of voids in it, which I think should just be really interesting. All right, 220. 200 might be, I think, is a sweet spot of continuously runs smooth. Yeah, I think it's 200 is the sweet spot. Yeah, now we just need to add variable, whole, and then the energy transfer, and then I think the simulation is done, and I just need to make the PowerPoint. Which is good. Also, we can, like, randomly have the circle appear in different places. Which is nice. Yeah, sorry, I don't pause when you get up, but... yeah. Hello, dumb baby. Jeez. I'm usually a VOD watcher, honestly. Alright, we're gonna just set this back to 200. I think that's a good value. Yeah. No, I'm happy with this. This is like... I like the behavior. Just this looks like it looks very alive, and I think that's very good. Yeah. I think I have enough filters that the clapping doesn't pick up super well. This is like super tuned to my voice. Miari did a fantastic job. It's like a little odd, but it's like it's just things that I would normally want cut. Sometimes I want audible, and why can I not just have like it dynamically adjust? Yeah, it's Boids and Godot, and it works. It completely works. Everything is good. Yeah, you have little icons. They're membership icons. They go from empty battery, and it charges, and to a full battery, and then when you hit a year, the battery catches on fire. I mean, that was kind of the goal with the layout. Mostly she's just been like being a menace. Yeah, so the problem with the chat ranking is I can't opt out of it. It is just You can go into your settings to do, like, I had to get it to stop showing. Like, I'd be okay with it if we started having, like, channel points and stuff to go along with it. I want YouTube redeems. Like, let me do fun integrations on YouTube. I don't know what would... I always like, well, I could move to Twitch and do more fun integration and stuff, and it's like, I'm not going to do any of that. Like, realistically, I barely used them when I was on Twitch. I don't know, I always, like, think of, like, should I move back or whatever? And it's like, no, I get more money here. I mean, I get less money, but, like, I get a larger cut. So eventually that'll probably add up. And I like YouTube. I enjoy YouTube. And it'll be good once I hit 1,000 and I can get ad revenue. Because it turns out people watch my streams for a while. So having any sort of ad revenue turned on would not be insubstantial. So eventually though. And eventually I do want to do the more long form stuff. After Offkai, after my birthday is when I'm gonna be like doing things I've been saying I've been wanting to do but never actually done. Those YouTube shorts, the long form stuff. Just a bunch of stuff. It should be fun. I'm just stressed out with Offkai and other stuff. Also, I'll probably just stream on my birthday, I'm realizing. Like, cause it's in like barely like a month and 11 days. And it's like, I could invite people to collab, but I kind of just want to relax, I think. I don't know what I'll stream on it, though. I don't know, like, what I'm... Yeah. Except last time I tried to do, like, a game jam or something, or in this, I'm just gonna do a game. Yeah, no, I really like how this one looks. It is... I am happy with this simulation. There's a clear separation. I like the people getting jostled and like kind of keeping away from the circle, but like sometimes they get pushed back in and then they get jostled again, and it's just fun. Oh, I could just do Fish Fear Me. That would be fun. I would like Fish Fear Me a lot, actually. Yeah, no, this is just, it's lively, it looks good. I think the parameters are good. Like, they're not perfect. We could keep tweaking. But like it looks right. Like this looks like a crowd. So now we just need the circle to grow and shrink, and then people to join in. Alessio's Crush, I love the beta. I'm gonna play it with Tummy Sabor. She was interested, and I just want to play more games with Tummy. She's really fun to have on stream. I like having friends. that I can have on stream. I'm always so nervous about streaming and collabing and everything, and it's just like... Yeah. No, Elestrals is fun. I'm once they have it like updated, it's gonna be good. Anyway. I haven't been listening to any BGM. I have the one playing, but I have it turned off, just because it's my normal BGM. I was gonna put on Spotify, but I just kind of locked in and started working after I yapped for like half an hour. I'm sorry, Implode. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, and I'm realizing I am starting to push my wrist, so I'm probably gonna call it soon for the day, I think. I'm happy. At first I was very bummed that but you know what? We made everything 6 times faster. Which is... I don't hate you! I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, and it's been like thought intensive. My brain is fried. I need to still get stuff done today. There's a VOD. I will be probably doing more tomorrow. Either tomorrow or Sunday. I'm maybe meeting up with friends on the other one. I don't hate you guys. But yeah, I'm happy. How do I wish there was a way I could like save this as... Is there a trim thing I can do? Snipping tool? Oh yeah, I can start it. Is it recording? It didn't record. Damn it. Oh well. I mean, I could record it in OBS, but I don't want to recreating this in Blender with geometry and simulation nodes. Yeah. I mean, it would probably work well too. Here, we're just gonna do a window. There we go, that looks fine. Okay, this looks good. I will... Yeah, I'll see you guys this weekend sometime. I'll post. I'm gonna go lay down now and crash a little. And then probably go do the dishes. Because I promised Small Dog I would do those today. Lilybwees. Bye everyone.